Volume check 1 2 3 1 2 3. Alright, back at it again. Trying to be more consistent with this. Welcome back for anyone who cares to join. And let's get straight onto it. There's nothing really to discuss early in this video. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the Aaron Omnicron. No, that's not what I wanted. I knew it was going to attack me. Garrett says you found a suspicious Omnicron. That's good because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the extended operations unit, that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. An Omnicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction of philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that compromise Sir. As we know, the Omnicrons invaded other stars and enhanced themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, but be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omnicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation of if it is indeed Sir. I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger, much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. And despite the idea, I dare say it is worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time, you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantations draw sentries at the scene. For my part, then, I approached our subject and diverted his attention, during which time I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly after before you return, an Omnicron appeared from the same direction. Other than entering the outpost, however, it headed towards the console at first. I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps that could only be our errant Omnicron. We must seek it out before and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alpha Male, I will stand by at the console, and when it's time, I'll unleash a vertical storm. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find the doubt plague Omnicron. Where are y'all, like, sensors for sight? Well, you're obvious, but I'm just gonna run in front of you. Oh, I like this bargain. You're the one that was observing you was the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Full glad am I to find you again. I have questions for you, see, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information, very well. Your habit has begun to distracting the Omnicron as soon as they would strike the console with lightning. Is there closely for an officer behavior after Alizé casts her spell? You may move the camera. Can I zoom out? Anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostics, error confirmed. My connection to Central Command and tournament failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrades struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected, Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to affect this fact? Assert this fact. I do not know, but before you speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well, our friend. Our friends at the console, let us head there. What is this? I'm going the wrong way anyway.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma One. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end. Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Are you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not describe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
That's cool. He made it into crystal like the Crystal Tower.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
They all leave so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? Next time we meet, I give him a flick, and that'll be just to start. Actually, I had a music change. The crystalline path Gerhardt has provided is less difficult as it is. We must carry on our friends and all who await us if they. So come, let us seek the path beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. Ooh. Oh, fighting over here? It's actually my first time seeing someone out here. Unless I saw someone out here and just like did not pay attention to them. Look, a portal has opened. It will surely deliver us to it must. Well, here it is. Here is where the path begins. It's into dazzling heights. Let us make our way one sure step at a time. Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Oh, it's a lot of. think it would scout the road ahead. Your Sola and Oriage would trade opinions on its esoteric subjects. Roja would join the discussion, or else chat with me or Alize about the mission. Virginia would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while, you would come or go whenever you are needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat. It is much quieter now, but the fact we can breathe, continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are, aren't they? The immeasurable light that shines in the distance, to think that they all could have birthed civilizations, to think that everything they built has gone to dust. Their people lost to despair of the star floating in the sea of midnight. Ours is a lonely aberration, and yet no matter how many worlds have met their end, with you and Alize beside me, there is nothing I fear. No ocean so vast I cannot cross. Those broken stars I see, shattered, ruptured, unraveled. I wonder if they're also worlds recreated at their end. The sight of them fills me with sorrow. I cannot describe it, a truth I cannot deny. Birth and death, whence we came and where we'll return, a will from which there is no escape. Oh, actually, where do I go? Oh. Probably up the cursor. Don't worry, guys, we still got Kelly's here. It's off to the back. The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly, we came far, much further than we would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideas as we did in the past. It is because we have learned and grown from them that Hydaelyn has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It is all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up and my grandfather alive. I'd go about my day relieved as the fragments of the other lives fades away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? That none of it, no, it won't give up. I won't give up these experiences, good and bad. They are mine. They are me. Rest assured, I am fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we cannot afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We crossed an impossible distance to stand there where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from journey's end. It will be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me. Don't you worry. It is you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone, and while we're here, we make sure to bear our share of the burden. Can I run? Okay, yes, they will run. Well, this is it, the end of the path and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. Let us have no regrets. Let us have pride in what we achieved. And what we achieved and how it changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for and dying for, as they did. There are some structures up ahead, still a way to go before we reach the clear sun. Given all of this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish for it all the same, and for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just after all the help you've given me, for once I want to be the one to help you. Oh, the music just stops. This is almost... normal. It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's definitely quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both accounts. There's simply no one here. Midian. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone, search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. If there's no one here, then neither should there be emotions to bar our way. Yet Midian seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? One way or another, we must find the way forward. Let us make a thorough search of the city. Whatever Midian may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. If anyone has heard you, they did not respond. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. Thick layer of dust. Object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a cell-like material. Erected in place of an actual tree or to serve some other purpose perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain, to tell the story. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, though with a loose few settings on the containers, vessels for the beverage in all likelihood. A venue bristling with activity until it was not. Am I missing one? Missing two. Oh, that's one. In the distance, you glimpse Alize picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. You recall echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. There it is. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. Take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, you could take it to just beneath the sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know it didn't. I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alpha Noah and compare what we've learned. Yep, not what I wanted.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will. I know. I know. But if there is a chance this will work, then I would take it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alisaie, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters. As did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger.
We rise, fall, and rise again. Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
A path of light. And also don't have anyone left.
Please, please, oh, please let them all be safe. Kryl? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
it was Xenos, wasn't it? In this city devoid of life, he sends the presence of another. This hour of thousands worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can't walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never foresee.
It's a lot of voices.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Etheirys. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You have suffered enough.
Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the world.
You must triumph.
Drink of calamity, drown in...
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
It was all
I am ever grateful.
I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you. I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Venar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Aetheris, past and present. As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path. What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal. Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteion, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Aetheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The Encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Hydaelyn's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the Reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
don't think I've ever knew what to say to that man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to our aid in your moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to triumph conclusion and bid the final curtain fall. Are you ready? Then let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone else is beyond doubt. So I will say this. I will say only this. Within the Death Sun swirls the emotions that Medea has hoarded. The emotions of immanuable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. 'Twas by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair or by understanding and acknowledging their fate, while still refusing to share in them ourselves. To hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you have all helped me. Alright. I just walk into it. Okay. Just walk into a swirling pit of whatever that is. It's not liquid. That's the consistency of liquid. First of all, what is this? Okay, it is a dungeon. Oh, what is that? Oh, these are the tomb cells, which I have not gotten any until now. I'll try it with people. Yeah, at least protect the others.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered. Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
Really surprised I was keeping this alive.
Those who lived and festered. Those who died.
I died. Definitely died. I have no enthusiasm. I have no idea how the tank died. Oh, I see. You have to get rid of that diva.
And the very last of them wish they had never been born at all.
I didn't see this.
In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the selfsame lives it had saved. Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost. They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
This is just me every day. Why not? trying not to stack up with. How was I the only one that died in that situation? I hate robots so much.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer. Farther still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its joys. What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
You know what? The Last Mercy, Rala. What's up for mercy than just murder?
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
Oh, I saved myself from inevitable doom.
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Within life, I could say that. Tank died a couple of times. I got accommodations for being bad. I was actually bad during that.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living pass the present and the past the future. So shall we sing until life ceases to be.
Seven hells!
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Alphinaud!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know!
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
Washed in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent. You gifted them escape and rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength, unless you mean to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did, as we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken? I care not. What I desire of you isn't succor, it is satisfaction. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
Well, Xenos came and, well, I knew he went to Sharlayan, but, okay. What am I standing on? What am I standing on? Did I make a whole platform? I would say that's pretty impressive, actually. Oh, this is a 30-minute wait. And I'm pretty sure there's no trust for it either. So, miraculously, we gotta do this. Ain't gonna do me much if I wait here. I know what I can do. I guess I start over here. Oh, that's a lot more than I thought. Ha! Literally as I was thinking about it. Okay, except all of them. What was that flash of red? Oh. For me, before I leave here. If I remember right, it doesn't actually have to be. Yeah, okay. Put y'all on the same team. You and you. On a level 51, y'all most likely be able to do. Oh, it's a good majority of them. My initial thought was they can't overlap. Mine out of North Shroud, outer, upper, northeast, Mordona. Oh, even with the color, I still like this bargain. And I say even without the color because actually, what was it around here? Because it was hard to see the coloring over in the stars. Upper Bronze Flake. Actually, I needed to be over here. I know exactly where they are. Can they only be found in... I guess so. Who am I to complain? Let me get rid of them first. That hunter's done. Now to upper. The mark in upper is I'm still low enough for them to just straight out one at that. I wanted to go further. I thought I only seen one round. Another death. There we go. Where are all the rounds been? Please. That took no time at all. Please have another competent healer, because I will die a lot. And a summoner would be nice too. Or red meat.
You will never reach it. Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
Well, it's a scholar, so there's 2 barrier healers. Paladin, too. And no DPS I can drag.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Oh, wrong move. Planets are dangerous. And I am assuming by that we can fall off of that.
Your suffering is at an end. Is a kindness. All of us have known despair. We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again.
That was relaxing. Let me stay over here.
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
Oh, this is really close to crumbling.
Tis so lonely in stars. We soon the end.
Oh, I'm dead.
The same end. Again and again.
Okay, which one? That one.
All of us have known despair. If there is no happiness in life,
oh, thank you. I cut.
There is only one place it may be found.
Look at you make planet. I knew that was gonna kill me.
Oblivion.
Ooh, a lot of death.
Dynamis. No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate. Your time has come. It always does.
just goes dark?
What is this defiance? Now, the hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate!
No matter the cost!
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
Hope will shine again!
What we saw. What I saw. This can only end in misery and desolation. No life, no star, nor the universe itself. None should hope for better.
Oh, I thought I got hit by one of those for a second. Die again. You didn't know what could happen.
If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
Thank you for only dying once, Reaper. I did much better in a boss encounter than I did in the dungeon. I was about to say, that's good and all, but what am I falling to?
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends? Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Etheris. Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds, a song of hope.
It's nice that she retained her color, too.
One day, life will fill the universe again. And Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know. But I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
Okay, where's Xenos?
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero. Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know, and it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you, to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
Enemies fill the void. Yeah. I always seek adventures. Can't deny that hack.
Ha! Acceptance! At long last! The conflagration of our clash will scorch even the stars!
Wait, would this be a solo fight anyway? Oh, it would be. You just gonna fight a healer just off the bat?
Nothing back! Push yourself to your limit and me to mine!
I see what's going on. Oh, that was so close.
Ha! Still fighting you, I see.
So like victory? Not that still.
Show me your fortitude.
Using all
soon you will know the full extent of my power. Mine for the taking.
Demon is actually... Holy crap, he almost did it.
A test of your reflexes!
I died.
Have I overestimated your potential? of your reflexes!
Not the move I wanted to use.
Mine for the taking!
I did not try to tank it, but I'm glad I dodged it. This is not the end.
Soul, how it burns! The inferno swelling within me. Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor! I have you!
I didn't even get the chance to move.
Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent. Yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet!
Okay, where did those come from?
A test of your reflexes! I have you! Of your reflexes. Show me your vaunted fortitude.
All of them.
A test of your reflexes. I have you. For the taking! test of your reflexes! Show me your vaunted fortitude! For the taking! I have you!
Got the attack off. Still gonna try to kill him.
Yet. Not until the last of me is spent! Now fall! This is my moment! Our moment!
Mage fighting you fist to fist. Apologies.
That I should lose again. How disappointing. Never have I understood those around me, understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark, blinding, brilliant. Gone too soon. What of you, my mirror, born into this world? bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure. Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
Can you hear him? Safe. Must tend to... Open your... Please.
Someone, and...
Please.
You can't leave us! Not like this! If you do, I'll never forgive you! So come on! Open your eyes and get up!
Are you with us? Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought... After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain? That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this! When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came! And when you finally deigned to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside. We're home, my friend. We're home. That? It is! It's the Ragnarok!
They're back!
Thank heavens. Truly.
They've done it!
Welcome home. Yes!
Welcome home, everyone! Welcome home!
Either I'm back in Uldar, or this is just the start of the end credits. Okay, it is the start of the end credits. We'll skip the credits. Took a minute to get here. And I mean a minute to get here. Starting back when I did. I'm actually glad I actually started to record this. Getting through it all was probably the best encounter I could have done. I probably will do another series on YouTube for recordings, but at the end, I probably do most of my streaming on Twitch. I actually really like this image.
Dearest mother, dearest father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the Rising Stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. at the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself. A veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There you are, Alphinaud. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there. At least, that is what the story will be. Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently, as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations. To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru. As do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Some of them I don't even remember. Like, half of this group I do know, the other half I don't. Which is weird because it's only 3 of them. Same with this group right here. Them two is obvious. Who should I start with? Start with Urianger. Thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting be not forevermore, 'tis nothing less occasion for sorrow. Akin to a pixie path, the navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Laparites embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remains hospitable for creatures of Aetheres. Thus do our lunar visitors convey with the forearm, intent upon assigning some new beneficial role to their solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is more and more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To the end, a corridor of Laparites hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Atalantis said did imbue them with her love for all things born of the star. And 'tis Venat's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, exhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man results in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Dost thou think so? The Laparites are certainly possessed of unique outlook, and it hath been my pleasure to act as the facilitator upon the star. Mayhap I might yet serve as bridge betwixt them and our fellow men. as Mubrita once did for me. But I shall digress no further. This day shall belong to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, to my incomparable companions. Oftentimes have my retents caused thee grief. Mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet, here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus, instead, I do proffer my humble support, be it into the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs founder cross stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summons. Think for desks. My companion and savior, I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. That sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours and the rest of you, for the matter. On the men I trust. Glad to hear. You were in bad way in healing magics or no, I am impressed by how swiftly you recovered. Then again, 'tis hardly the first time you cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you have accomplished. Medion defeated, her song of rebellion cut short, the source in all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Nyreen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Urianger as aimless wanderings. We've a purpose in our roaming. After all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the science on the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems that go unattended by the nations. We will do our best to help out where and when we can. Which I suppose is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I am faring well and leave it at that. No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stones which come to mind. How many times have we set out from this base, thence to return when our work was done? On the day the science came together, I only hoped for Memphilia to find a place where she belonged, but never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, I have a question for you, and imagine Miss Memphilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration and reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny talking fortune teller into the bargaining. Mr. Strongarm. He's not one for words. If you have something to say, then out with it. You talk as if Scion's dissolution was more than mere presence. There may be fewer calls to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you so concerned for me anyway? In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Emmerich hear about our disbandment, a position as a guardsman in the Imperium District. A former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. Who does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of fighting employment, and half. Some days ago, a Hainish envoy arrived with word from Vitra. The Worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't name to mention why I'm needed, but it's Patreons to dragons like Asenat. In Vavnir, like elsewhere, the phenomenon caused by the final days abated when you defeated Metreon. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Sharlayan, most have already returned home, but many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By any arrangement between Vitra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Sharlayan if they wish to work and study. Vitra was also the satrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well, one who has the complete confidence of his people if the envoy's tone was an indication. I often found myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago, I would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives, but 'tis clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vitra's kin sought release from conflict, so weary were they of the suffering it wrought. They surrendered to oblivion. But Mikhazomer didn't give up. In hope, he made the journey to distant Etheres with his clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to embolden and conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred and abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lands, I feel the weight of their struggles and the strength of their resolve. It lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At very least, it might be an opportunity to earn a coin. One, two. Cryo. Arville has pressing matters according to him anyway. A pity he couldn't be here to witness the momentous occasion, though he bids me tell you congratulations. As for me, well, once the science is disbanded, I intend to resume my work in Ragal's Reach. I suppose Arville will need support and Garabanya too, though he would not admit it as much. Well, he will have my help whether he wants it or not. How are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? I can apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. Once he came to me in Sharlayan, I was truly torn. As ever, though, was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I resigned that if he had not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause. And so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your early exertions. But knowing the state of you were found in, I could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life, and no word could express the remorse I feel. It's a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the form without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must and I will do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Aldelsian. Though our work in Chaldean would strengthen its ties with other nations, that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchness of help in Raha and Ojika and our other remaining members. Together, will continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. At such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel alert for the task itself. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Speaking of Raha, Grahati. Oh, might you have a moment to talk? He's the only one that pulled me away. With the sign of stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. And after speaking with Crow, I decided I would be assisting her in the rebuilding of Suitors of Aldelsian. Not only am I indebted to Master Gal for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would have never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How differently my life might have been. I would have never met you, never became caretaker of the tower, never become my scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, my new mysteries often find their way to our doorstep. Mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise to embark on new adventures together, unlike any we've experienced before. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you until they are known. Do you recall in the realm of the Omnicrons when I asked if you thought I may someday be mentioned in your epic? Well, 'tis true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams. In the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor. There needn't be a promise. Whenever adventures call, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope that you will do the same for me. Ha! I'll hold you to that. As much as we have already seen, there's still no much we haven't. Who knows, perhaps we will even encounter survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't implausible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come, it would bid them seek adventures with someone, and with that partner find new purpose and new dreams. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omnicrons? Wherever you plan may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you will be first to know. Alright, 3 left. Stolas. Oh, you are saying our farewells too? Are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey at any averse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I've been meaning to ask you. Something that had been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final day subsided. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles. More than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled amongst those memories are certain essential facts, the history of Atheres and the ancients, glimpse of the EA and of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be dismantling them and formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or a tablet. Truth is, giving shape in interpretation, when we seek to capture it with our words, it is inevitably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well intentional the rendering. In events as described as sad, a summation which falls to express the emotional complexities. Yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, diversions are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, building one upon the other until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Yet even with the potential of being corrupted, meaning, I do, of course, realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. But what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only to have shared and seek to preserve them for prosperity? third option is keeping the crystal memories that was like holding to many of the ancient places. Very well then, I shall endeavor to pin that what I can of the EA in the ancients, and of so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It will be less a polished work and more of a reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better of having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our ventures into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the new unknown or struggle with some impenetrable mysteries, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. Surprised while we was in the ethereal plane, Hydaelyn didn't like heal her eyes. Alpha now. Oh, pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as Father has been tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I am able. Little effort to set their mind at ease while we continue to be away from Charlene. Both Elise and I are off to assist the Galamo's recovery, you see, though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation. We cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of Isilbar contingent still stationed there, Lucia and Maxima Helm, for the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Galamo among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the temperate across the land. Lest you misunderstood, we do not seek redemption for failing Lucinia and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth on Lord Quintus' words. The truth that whatever idea individuals may respond, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent with greater power involved in the relief efforts, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come. Speak for Alice as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been at my side watching over me in good times and in bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you. In good times and in bad, as dependable comrades and dear friends both. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Seeing to your preparations, Effie. I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you hadn't heard, we've received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the land surrounding the bounty, where the skies first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north in Garlemald and the frozen lands above. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in northern Empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Sharlayan too may have come under threat. Thank goodness. But these localized crises should be well within the capacities of each nation to handle on their own. The Scions are no more of this order business. For my part, I'd be heading to Garlemald with Alphinaud. They were among the worst affected, and still need all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier, though that'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph and accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere trying my very best. Not that I'm trying to become famous or anything. That being said, next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find myself marveling at me. Pretty sure I talked to Tataru, yep. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking it to send everyone off. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At the risk of spoiling the mood, it's time to departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys till next we meet. Be well.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Sharlayan before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Radzat Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge her plans.
Quite right.
Indeed.
Fair point.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal. And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as she foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
Is that Xenos? His speech pattern seems similar. Oh, well, I can go to old Charlian for stuff. Alright, I'll be right back real fast. Alright, I have returned. So, before we get anything, let's get all this main scenarios once out the way. Oh, lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like to a cup? Take a seat then. I'll find us something to nibble on as well. I haven't had donuts in a minute.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future? Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you. You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again, and travel the world in search of wonder. Oh, that's the spirit! I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly. Now, all you need is a destination. If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me. Thavnair. That's where you should go next. I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radz-at-Han the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's, still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now, though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea. Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims. Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across. Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath. Ah, you're awake. My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
Well, that leaves all the extra stuff. I think later on I should work on trying to get to mentorship. Well, I'm close to it with crafting, but towards everything else, I'm pretty light on it. Speaking of crafting, I should get my gathering up some levels. I did not need to call you. Finish this all as a healer, and then I go back to melee DPS for the next DLC to come out. Which, should wonder what the next melee DPS is going to be. Observe as the artist refines her pieces into a masterpiece. And no napping this time, I only need a moment, you see. A little more room in the shoulders, open up the cuffs, and finally adjustments to the helm. All done. Let us see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it scream ready for a bold new adventure? Sure, really like that outfit. Don't like capes though. I'm glad you approve. Oh, stop, you'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this all your travels. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They look at you, a famous adventurer, and wonder, wherever did she purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will climb over each other, placing orders at Taru's okay. I can hear it now, the merry clink of Gil overflowing from my coffers, sweet music to my ears. Getting money hungry too. It's the first time they gave me jewelry to change the look of. The owning merchants empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter in of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all of your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some old past details might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind. Any case. Collection expanded. Oh, what? The Unending Codex. The Unending Codex is now available under the collection in the duty sections of the main menu. New entries for prominent terms and characters will be added to the Codex as you progress through the main scenario quest. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Psios, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in your mind. When you arrive in Vafnir, I suggest you explore your options at Merides, Mahane, the finest drinking establishment in Razahan. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tall tellers, but also share with you the tricks of loosening their tongues. Now, I really must be getting back to running my bouquet. Enjoy the journey, and may fair fortunes find you. I'm sure the jewelry is just Alright. Right. I haven't heard the actual music of Fafnir in a minute. Replace the train. Good. Splinters? Is it on the other side? Tokens? Tokens? Crucible Ring, highly concentrated. Oh, I like that side. Okay, that's what it's for. Makes much more sense. Insert castable items for Disciple War Mech to receive compensated. Look, it's gonna be a shame if you're choosing higher. I don't know. Oh, those are craftable. What? They're craftable logs, crafting logs. They are craftable. Some of the Weeper's weapons are good, and then some of them are like, oh, that's odd. The Radiance weapons look better. Honestly, I like the looks of Tone Fuzzle better though. Oh, I actually like this outfit though. And these are amalgamations to the Radiant here. Alright, checked all I wanted to check. Welcome to Miraid's Mayhem. Oh, hello, I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty. Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is, Professor Jalheen. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private source, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mahane's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you see, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy him is on the house, by the way. If Mihai found out I took coin from Daphne's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Yes. Following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel appendix due to county registrations. It's gonna cancel anyways. And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Well, certainly I wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Here we are, one of Mihai's finest. Enjoy. Oh, lovely. Bottoms up. That's a big cup to just drink in one sip. That was very kind of you, miss, but I know when I am being softened up. What is it that you want from me? Oh, chasing down that idle tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? I might assume you heard of Azadel. He was Khan of the Ari tribe, which sailed to Daphne from the mainland and a key figure in the history of Razathan. He was of the Ren tribe, I guess. His decision to aid the Arcastora is what ultimately won them the war against the Gastura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundations for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating story, however, concerns his grandson, Azadel III, who was known for his deeds as Sachab in Razathan's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Rather, others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is the tale of the second vault, that the one you seem curious about. According to the legends, Azir III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, in a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Razathan, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortunes, but precious few ever made. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in my cup appears to be empty. I see you've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Oh, today was a splendid day to visit the main. Where were we? Oh, yes. Those who did return from seeking the treasure vault fatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such encounters only serve to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something. Azima was saying, Azim's a fellow connoisseur of spirituous patables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have, no, I can say no more. You seem a generous for what kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale. Then what manners of dangers have you faced? The very edge of existence. From anyone else, I would struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Mihail, more of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Anyway, you begin being who you are. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend Azim's was desperate to buy a treasure map. One would show the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What is his name? But I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Mihail more drinkish. Your drink, sir. Marvelous, I'm parched. That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? That's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head really shouldn't thank you in the morning. I seem to have overindulged. I am put in mind of the words of Master Jalhazin. By wary how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallows you. Forgive me, I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak to Azahima, well, as I said, we share a taste of the Bahane's five spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. He is very drunk. Yes, I am Azahima, and who might you be? All true. I'm afraid my friend took a ship out in search of Azadil's legacy, and I've been watching for his tales ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding the vault. And that look in his eye, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he loved. After he was hunting Azadil's otherworldly hoard, and his ambitions would not be denied. I see it in you too, the appetite for the mysterious and unknown. but I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me. How he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Azahel, is believed is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for the exorbitant price. With that meager wealth he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty, and within those ruins hides the path to the vault below. If you truly intend on seeking Azahel's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed had never returned with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoard they stand to uncover.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but
the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price? Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure. But why Thavnair of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the Bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sail, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure. Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavnair what you and Alphinaud did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove. Come now. You know Alphinaud needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant. Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes? I thought as much. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
You will recall I spoke visiting Gafnir at Vitra's request. He finally invited me to a feast and made his proposal once I was too full of Hanish delights to refuse. He wished me to train the Razat Radiant host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Masia is a fisherman by trade, yes. We should head to Akelia and see if he can help us. Can I fly here? No, I cannot. No, I cannot. Oh, training dummies? A nice drive on the beach at the middle of the night clears anyone's mind. I think this should be the quickest route. My friend, what brings you to our humble village? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allow us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. We all know the boys here. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us ever since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it's you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you would not cross paths with some wild beast? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnir? You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Vassal. You see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he's asked. I'm ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. It's not for you, my sister, and I would never have. Well, we be. Enough, I knew your game and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you. But there's more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zahil selling the information to another customer. He told the man that where he needed to search, but the ruins about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You can't go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... I did not. That was not my intention. Oh, very well. Assuming we do find the treasure hoard, it might prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas whom to approach? The silence have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Makes sense for a tanking. I was thinking just a tank. I should have went with G'raha. Those two would answer our call, certainly, but they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind. I am loath to interrupt your self-appointed mission. Oh, not them. Krell may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to G'raha, he would surely leave at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes. If that man is as strong as you, is he tough, strong? Is he, though, strong, I mean? What is your name, boy? Murad, sir. Well, Murad, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Justinian. He is soft on kids. I shall leave you to recruit G'raha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you into the right direction. Let us be off, Myriad. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. I am not paying that much to travel there. Before I do anything, I might as well talk to him. The others, on the other hand... Who should stand before me but the savior of the Vestar, the immutable ender of the end? Your deeds are song far and wide, my friend. As I understand it, your quest for the world's salvation brought you to Sharlayan. I too am here on a quest of sort, a quest for musical inspiration. Alas, magnificent though this repository of knowledge may be, I find there is only so much inspiration I can derived from tomes. But where tomes alone fail and inspire, living words may yet spark the imagination. So I beg you, will you not regale me with the tales of your quest to deliver the star? In such a venture, it's fit to be an epic. I would not know what it is. That is. Dragon Fund, both your first-hand account and the knowledge I attain here, I believe that I shall be able to read the most marvelous of verses. Should you be willing, pray let me know. I shall continue my research here in the meantime. Okay. Considering I have to unlock all of them separately, there's like 4 of them. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back. What might the students do for you? Gaha, yes, he's in the main hall with Mr. Skral. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break.
Ah, Urgika, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Vow.
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come. But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition? I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance. Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already. Have you asked anyone else to come along? Then might I suggest we invite Y'shtola? Ever since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Gooble Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Sharlayan the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe Y'shtola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger. He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loporrits are looking to make improvements to their own creation, and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Probably could have walked there faster than I could have teleported. No, this teleporting was actually a good idea. I have no authority to use the teleporters on this library, so going down is not an option. She fell asleep on a mountain of books.
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Close my eyes for one moment. Ow! How long have you two been here? Nor did I want to fall asleep. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wished to ask of me? Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Achiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
Who's gonna clean up that mess of books? No, that answered my question. Oh. Has it been updating this entire time? Collection? Book records. Hydralina Primal. Oh, okay, it's the same music. Keep the mountain music on for now. Because it's like in between stories.
Ah, our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing. He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. as you may recall, the Loporrits had been seeking new purpose for the moon. Another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Krile. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loporrits now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts. Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos? Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Estinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross. Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have Estinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former Scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Can y'all just like fast travel me there? Kinda don't want to spend the money to go. I knew it. I'm not definitely do not want to spend that type of money going there. I do want to, however, get another 2 mil so I can kind of go for an apartment. The flying mounts just makes it feel slower. And I am okay with using a dragon. The saddle honestly makes it looks like it's a reasonable way for me to carry, what, 4 spaces of inventory? I seem to recruit G'raha and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsoya's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of reefs in the shallow there. Aye, we will keep an eye out. Azadal III, I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? These undersea vaults may hold relics from another reflection. But friends, we should temper our expectations. The map does promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, eh? So let us dispense with the conjunction and set sail for the vault. Makes sense where they had the entire map designed in such a way. It'd be rude of me just to gather these people not to use them.
Right then.
Oh, I don't have the item level for this. What item level do I need to be? Need like pieces of jewelry. This is my lowest item level right now. But now it's my wrist. Oh, I'm short still. Oh, crap. Well, I guess until I can come up with appropriate funds to get more higher level items, I call it here for now. Until next time. I don't have it. There it is. Laters.